I'm here. One moment. Get this. And then... Hello. Welcome. I could have had that up louder, couldn't I? What's it at right now? Is it at 1? Oh, it's at 3. I kind of like it at 1. Just in the background. Oh boy. Welcome. Welcome everyone to day 3 of the PirateGameJam. Oh, we are currently dealing with temperatures of 24 degrees outside. I've never been happier to have a gimmick of wearing a massive pink fluffy robe in videos. Very. This is why I can't stream during the summer though. It's because of this. I'm gonna get a couple of different robes. I've got a really neon pink one that I have yet to reveal. And then I need to get a summer robe. Figure out what the summer robe would be. I should get like a satin robe. Yeah, like a silk robe. Like a really shiny pink silk robe for summer. That'd be cool. Alright, today we're just going to start off by checking the Game Jam website and make sure that no updates have happened. Excuse me. Game design document prototype. We need to look at the voting criteria once we get into making the game to make sure that we're hitting, because we want to be judged well. We want to make sure we're hitting the points that we need to hit. So, where are we at on stuff? The orange pie. We've made progress on that SD card. I could just go out to Best Buy and buy a new SD card, but I usually go to sleep right after the stream, and then I don't wake up until right about Best Buy's close. I really don't want to go buy a new SD card because this one that I have is like 128 gig, and I don't want to buy another. That's what I would really like to use. I don't want to buy another 128 gig. Because what are the prices? Let's just go to Best Buy. We would need to get something specifically made for a lot of read and writes. Micro SD. Okay, so we gotta have something specific, so I want this range. I don't know about that. I don't care about color. I'd love to know speed. Oh, I guess anything I'd buy now is better than anything I bought way back in the day. Oh. It's like $20. Okay, specifically, let's look at micro SD. This is like what I have, roughly. But I have a class 10 card. And a U3 card is way better than that. Oh, that's my options? Is basically just this Samsung one. Okay, well, hang on. I just, out of curiosity, if I didn't say I was looking for that size, and I said load high. What? Oh. Price load a high and you give me the $30 one first and then the $20 one? What? Oh, is it always gonna push this promotional one to the top? It's messed up. How big is this? 32 gig? No. I'm not paying $20 for a 32. Why would I pay $32 for $20 for a 32 gig when I could pay $21 for 128 gig? That's all I need. The $21. Specs. 128 gig. Whoa, 200 megabytes per second. That's crazy. How many sequential read writes can it do? $10-year limited warranty. Oh, that's nuts. Two UHS speed class 3 designates a performance option designed to support 4K UHD video recording, which is used host devices. All right. If we don't make any progress, because here's what's happening right now. We are getting the last little bits of video off that SD card. And, you know, we're doing it. And I think the videos themselves are corrupted. I don't have a whole lot of reason to believe that there's a problem with the SD card itself. Because Windows says the health of the card is fine. Disk Genius says the health of the card is fine. There's like 2 or 3 other programs and system preferences that have said the health of the SD card is fine. I think just the files themselves are corrupted in certain spots. But we're able to get them off and fix them to an extent. So, in the process of doing that, at the last little bits of that, if we do that and get that card formatted, and we will run some read-write tests on it, if we can get to that, then Orange Pie. Which we need to do. Because I refuse to set up Obsidian until I get Orange Pie set up. And I need it for GOGs. Which we need to be running GOGs already since we've already started writing some stuff. So let's look at our stuff. What are we, media encoder? No, that's already what we're at. Okay, let's look at our timeline. Alright, this is still not updated. How do I update this? I want this to update to... It was doing it earlier. What if I deleted this? How did I get this to update? Or I just like deleted a bunch of stuff. I don't understand. What if I close this and oh, why is Godot still open? Well, that's somber situation. Alright, I'm gonna close Word. And then I'm gonna reopen Word. Oh. Word didn't like being closed for some reason. No. We'll have this open. There is progress in the SD card, so we will advance that. What does it say? The document contains link that may refer to other files, which could be a security risk. Do you want to update this document with data from the linked files? Yes. Update in... Oh, we don't need to update that table just yet. Okay. But is this... No, it didn't at all. What? Alright. Hang on a second. Let me do this over here. Wait, what? Okay. All right. All right. We're going to delete that. And we're going to come down here. And we're going to go into insert. Object. Create from file. Nobody worry. I know you can't see it. It's fine. It's totally fine. Godot projects. Some side effects included. Planning. Development timeline. Insert. Link to file. Okay. Boom. Okay, now it's updated. Doesn't look great. And it's still all the freaking way down here. Is this a... Oh. Probably need to completely redo this. It's fine. Needs to be like a title or something. Alright, I've hit convert. What kind of... It's already a Microsoft Excel worksheet. Okay, out of curiosity, if I change this to ongoing. Oh, okay, it updates it. Okay. Okay. So what could we do right now that's productive? I don't feel like picking art assets is productive right now. But I don't like the way this looks. What's up with that? Okay. Hmm. We need to organize things. That's what we're gonna do. So let's just watch a basic video on Godot organization. DevWorm. Okay. DevWorm's got a 2-minute video, and then we're gonna watch this guy that's got a 10K plus line Godot project. Curious.
Are you 50 or older?
Nope.
Well, this news is for you. The CDC now recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal.
Hello, I've mentioned before how important organizing your project structure, plans, goals, tasks, and everything else are when creating games. So in this video, I wanted to cover how to organize things to help give yourself a smoother, less stressful, mind-clearing, and more efficient workflow. Yes, all of that. Now, firstly, of course, having an organized Godot project is so important to having a good and efficient workflow inside of the engine. Godot project as in being things like the file system, scene tree, variables, signals, scripts, and things of that matter. I think that covering how to structure your game when you're inside of the engine is worth its own separate video, which I'm currently working on, called How to Structure Your Godot Projects for an Efficient Workflow, because it gets complex and confusing, and in this video I want to mainly focus on how to keep your ideas, tasks, and things of that matter organized, because it is incredibly important to have a way to clear your mind from jumbo when working on your game.
Well, I want that video he mentioned then. Ways to better organize, how to use classes, everything you know about user interface, how shaders, how ideas, introduction to audio in Godot. 4 must have add-ons for Godot to really use. The exciting feature of the Godot game engine. Here you need to know these Godot scripts. My homie, you never made the video. Lambda. Bruh.
Hello, I've mentioned before how important organizing. In this video, I want to mainly focus on how to keep your ideas, tasks, and things of that matter organized, because it is incredibly important to have a way to clear your mind from jumbo when working on your game. One of the best things I found for keeping my thoughts and plans organized is something like Notion or Trello. In my opinion, for game dev, I like to just create a new Trello board for each project. So basically, Trello is a task board, and it looks like this once you set it up. As you can see, we have 4 columns.
That's essentially what the timeline is going to do for us
right now. I'll explain this one more in a minute. Then one for the task that we'll work on today, and one for completed tasks that we may have to go back and tweak in the future. We can just go into the card and write down notes or check off boxes in our custom to-do list when we finish tasks.
Actually, here's a question. Is it like a Trello type plugin for Obsidian? What?
I love Monday.com.
What's Monday.com?
You don't know Monday.com? This is Monday.com.
So you want a Trello board in Obsidian? I'll show you how. Let's click on Settings, let's click on Community Plugins, and click on Browse. We're using our keyboard now. Let's type in Kanban, Kanban. We want the first one here. I already have it installed, but you click Install and Enable. Now that we've done that,
There it is. That's all I need to know. So we'll set that up. Obsidian. Add Trello boards plugin. Kanban. Boom. Note made.
I find Trello the easiest to use. What I have here is extremely basic. As you can see, I just made a new card in the exact same style as the rest in a matter of seconds. Next, you want to be able to have a plan or a roadmap just so you have an idea of where you want to take your project. Having a plan is so important to knowing what to work on when you sit down to develop. I find it easiest to create a full plan of the project, but one that can be easily changed down the road. It helps you get started, it gives you excitement for the future of the project, and it allows you to know what to work on. There really is no downside to creating a plan for your game. Following up with what I just mentioned, I also want to tell you that every day you should have only one task that you're going to work on for that day. For example, today I'll only work on the dialogue system, and that is it. I won't mess with the inventory, or I won't tweak the enemy. I will dedicate all the time I spend developing today to create the dialogue system. This will really help you fly through tasks, as it will allow your mind to be focused on only one thing at a time. It would mean the world to me if you could go and subscribe, as it would help you to push this video to more aspiring game developers. I hope you were able to find something valuable in this video. If you have any questions,
Hey folks,
Alright,
thanks
this
for
guy's
joining
gonna
me
be
for
crazy,
a quick
right?
walkthrough of how I keep my now 11,000 line Godot RPG project organized. This video will focus on my actual file system hierarchy in my project, all the way from my highest level folders to the way that I group individual scenes and their dependencies at the lowest level. We're going to jump right in here, but as we walk through, please know that I'm not making a case for my way being the best way. This is really just meant to be informative if you're starting a new project or maybe reorganizing a long-standing one and need some inspiration for where to start. I will say that this system has worked very well for me. I've been in development with Dolphin for over 4 years at this point, and in that time I've never really had to make a big architectural change to the way that I'm organizing things. So if you find this helpful, let me know with the thumbs up or comments. If you like this type of content, I'd love to keep producing it and have more resources on the channel to give back to the Godot community. Alright, starting at the top level of my resources folder here, I want to mention two core tenets that really drive my organizational approach. The first is to group files and folders primarily by in-game function and then by file type. What I mean by that is, instead of having top-level folders for things like scripts and scenes and materials, I instead opt for folders grouping by in-game functionality, like entities, which holds my player and all of my organisms and other NPCs in my game, stages, which holds all of the areas and maps that the player can explore, and even my common folder, which holds functionality not specific to my game logic that I could easily steal for another project. I do definitely have folders grouped by asset type, but those live all the way at the bottom levels of my file hierarchy. For example, drilling all the way down into my organisms folder here, I have folders for my organism categories and the individual organisms within, and finally the actual assets that describe that organism. Within each of these lowest level organism folders, I have a folder for art, data, which really just holds relevant resource types, sound, and of course the actual scene itself and its script. For me, this seems like a really natural way to organize at least a very large RPG project like Dolphin. What this means in practice is that if I want to create some new artwork or maybe a new behavior script for my sand crab, for example, I know exactly where all that's going to go within my entities and organisms folder. I'm not going to have behaviors or artwork or other scripts kind of jumbled up with unrelated things. What that also means is that if I have any kind of defect related to my sand crab, I have a nice little place where I know I should be looking to solve that. The other core concept here for me is keeping a small amount of top-level folders. This is probably more of a personal preference than anything, but I really do not like having clutter at the top level of my projects. So I try to create kind of the least common denominator of the buckets that I need to be able to organize everything in my game and have large trees of siblings be hidden at least one level down.
We all like to add more. A little more of this, a bit more of that. It's a good thing. This season.
Alright, for the bulk of this video, I want to walk through my most important top and maybe second level folders to show what I think would be the most helpful to someone organizing their own project. So we'll start at the top with my assets folder. At first glance, you might think to find art and sound assets in here, but again, these are grouped at the bottom level with the individual scenes that depend on them. Here at the top, we have so far a very small collection of assets that really permeate throughout the game. So audio currently holds Doffin's meager 2-track soundtrack. Credits is just a file to keep track of Patreon supporters, and I have a folder for the fonts I've been playing with in various UI elements. Nothing too crazy here. My common folder is where things start to get interesting. As I mentioned before, common is meant to hold functionality and tools that are not specific to Doffin, quite literally meaning that they have no references to or dependencies on anything with Doffin-specific game logic. In most cases, they are actually totally standalone. Examples here are my interface scaler, which holds on to code to provide different resolution options for Doffin or really any other pixel art game, my state machine system, general purpose shaders, and a flexible in-game time tracking system that I may want to use elsewhere. I think a common folder like this is totally optional, but I really like having it because it acts as a reminder for me to think about designing more abstract and flexible systems that could be reusable and have a home in this folder and other projects as well. Next up is a quick one with my almost empty config folder. I don't expect I'll ever have a lot in here, but I do need a place to store essentially what will show up in the options menu in-game for the player. Volume for various audio buses, resolution controls, gameplay tweaks, all that kind of stuff. This didn't really fit anywhere else, so it lives here for now. Now onto the good stuff with my entities folder, which is without a doubt the largest folder in Doffin's hierarchy. For better or worse, there is a lot that lives in here, really anything that can appear within the game world. As we talked about, that includes things like the player and NPCs, but also like weather effects, Doffin's base building system, and nodes associated with different player skills, such as climbing routes, mining and gathering nodes, and crafting stations. Looking at this folder now, I think it's probably safe to say that anytime I create an implementation for something that the player can interact with, it's going to end up in the entities folder. And there's obviously like a ton of subfolders in there, but I think that's okay. Doffin is meant to be an RPG with a lot to see and a lot to do, so it's going to have to go somewhere. While we're in here, I'd like to show you an example of how I organize inheritance within my project, and I think my items folder, which holds all of Doffin's items, will be a good place to look. Right within the top level of my items folder, I have a script, item.gd. This script holds everything that is absolutely necessary to describe really any item in Doffin. That said, given that Doffin is an RPG, I probably want to have different item subtypes. So my pattern here is to have base type definitions at the top level, which is my item.gd script, and create sibling folders for my subtypes. So as an example, let's open up tools. Tools employs this same structure. I have a tool item.gd script with the very intentional item suffix in the name to tell me at a glance that this is extending my item class. I have folders, again, within tools like foraging, which contains a foraging tool item.gd script, which as you can probably guess extends tool items. And you can see from the folder names what I'm actually building into the game here. We have items, tools, foraging tools, and at the bottom my actual implementations for axes and pickaxes. This is a pattern that I have been very happy with throughout Doffin's development. One last thing I'll call out while we're looking at entities is my UI folder. I sometimes second guess my decision to put this within my entities bucket, but these really are elements that live as nodes in the scene tree that the player can interact with.
Alright, I don't like it. Oh, I was on board for a little bit there, but I just don't I'm not into it. I don't like that idea. So let's try another video. Works for him, I'm sure, but oh, this is a totally new line of videos. Let's look at this.
Do you have trouble structuring your projects in Godot? Or do you wonder how you should make your scenes, how you should handle your project structure, your folders, etc., how you should name things? I'm going to give you tips in this video based on my experience, but also feedback from much more experienced developers, things I wish I knew when I started. First, we're going to look at the scene structure. A scene in Godot represents code like a class in Want to Achieve.
The things that I love to do, I'm able to share with a wider community.
But that doesn't give away the details of how the components of the game you have to change, and you don't remember the state the monster is currently in. Last but not least, it has a direction visualizer here, yet with all the what the monster can into self-contained scripts and objects. I have a player here that has a few of the same properties as the monster, so it having or jumping, what the character redundant name, finding good name. Moving to the project structure, I use folders to separate different unrelated areas of my code. For example, the characters and the monsters in this game have a completely different code base. So
Okay, that's not what I'm looking for.
Godot is a very general purpose engine, which means it doesn't have the concept of things like levels or player controllers out of the box. You have to construct them yourself out of scenes. This can be pretty confusing when you first open the editor, so I'm going to show you how I personally construct my projects. First, open Godot and create a new project if you don't already have one. I create a main scene that contains everything I want to always be loaded. The base node doesn't really matter too much here. While you can switch entire scenes in Godot, there are usually things you always want to keep loaded, like HUD, menus, and maybe transition effects. I'm just gonna slap some stuff on here for demonstration purposes, like some buttons so we can load levels. We'll just save this as main scene. Now throw a script on there and we'll connect the button signals. We need a couple levels to load, so I'm going to create a scene that has just a box on it with a red material, and then we'll save that in the levels directory, and then we'll create another scene with a blue box, and save that in the levels directory as well. We'll need a camera, so I'm just going to throw one on the main scene, as that's what I've done in past projects, though depending on your game, it may make more sense to have cameras elsewhere. In the main scene script, I add some variables to quickly reference things like the HUD and menu and whatnot. Specifying onReady before declaring a variable will assign the value to the variable when the scene has fully loaded. Specifying variable types is optional and it works better if you type them correctly. Now I'll add a variable to point to the loaded level instance. For convenience, I'll add a function to unload a level, which will check if we have a valid instance of a level and free it. Also, I like to be able to load levels by a simple string name and have a function that will automatically combine the resource directory, level name, and extension together, load the level, and create an instance of it, which we will add to the main scene. Now our button presses can just call load level with the appropriate level name. Make sure the main scene is selected when you first run the project, and you can simply click Select Current to make your main scene the main scene. Look at that! We can load different levels by clicking on the buttons. If you happen to set the wrong scene as your main scene, you can go into the project settings, application, run, and then set the main scene there. Another helpful thing you can do is create a global script that's always loaded. We'll just call this global.gd. Here we can throw in variables for things that we want to easily be accessible from anywhere, like our main scene or maybe our player. To enable it, go to Project Settings, click the Autoload tab, then the folder icon to load your script, and finally the Add button. Now, from our main scene's ready function, we can set the main scene variable on the global script to ourself. If we have some script somewhere else, we can easily execute things like global.mainScene.doSomething or global.player.doSomething. These are just some examples of how I set up my projects. This isn't meant to be a specific tutorial, but just give you a general idea on how to
Oh, best file structure. What is the best file structure for Godot?
I've got a theory how I cook.
Okay.
It's by guess and by gosh. I guess this looks good. Gosh, it looks just right.
We often want to know the best way to do things, like the best way to organize our game files. Well, there's no silver bullet in this regard. I'm going to give you some guidelines and some examples in this video, but please note that it's highly contextual, like lots of things in code. So what I recommend in general is to try to have folders that give information about the code structure of your game. If you look at this game where we can go through dungeons, it's a roguelite, and we have all kinds of weapons and enemies and combinations of the spells and bullets that you can use. We have folders dedicated to bullets in the game because they can be combined in many ways. We have one folder dedicated to weapons because the player can use them, enemies might use them, they can combine with bullets in different ways, and we have one folder for the player because we have a very clear, distinct player entity that has special controls and unique code. That's quite different from the enemies, which have different kinds of code and controls and patterns than the player. There's no code sharing between the two, so they exist in separate folders. So the idea is that bullets, enemies, player, weapons, this tells you that, okay, this is a game or a code base where these things, these four things, are separate. They use separate code, they can be composed in different ways, but they don't have strong dependencies. If only the player could use weapons, I would put the weapons folder inside of the player folder like this, right? But that's not the case, so we separate the weapons folder. And that's the general idea. There's, on top of that, one folder I recommend having called common, shared assets. I recommend to put all the things that are going to be reused by different systems in your game. For example, a damage area, a chest that you can break, a door that you can break, an enemy, a character, anything could use that. So you might want to put it in a common directory because it's going to be used by lots of game systems. That's one example, but you have perhaps some sounds, some shadows, some shaders that might be shared between different systems. In this case, you can put them in a common directory. However, everything that's specific, sprites of the player, for example, should be in the player directory. And we use a subdirectory named sprite because there are a bunch of them and we might add more, so we might have lots of files in this folder. We roughly follow these guidelines in various projects, like our app Learn GDScript from Zero, which is made in Godot. This app revolves around a course that contains a bunch of lessons. So we have
All right, let's look at this in Godot. Which is where? In scene? Yes, it is. All right. All right, we have assets and UI right now. All right. What if I wanted to bring a structure that's similar to how we set up files in video editing and stuff? Let's do that. So I'm gonna do a it doesn't like dot. Can I rename this? If I want this to be one dot globals. Question. Okay. We're gonna have to get used to Pascal based. No, we're gonna have to get used to snake case naming convention. For those of you that don't know, I'll give you an example. This is Pascal based naming convention. Okay. See that? Computers don't like spaces. The space character is, and this comes from like old server file systems. Special characters kind of like spacebar, the @ symbol, exclamation point. A big one is apostrophe being changed to like, you know, and amp, you know. So to avoid that, we try to not use space in file naming. And there's two ways of creating file names. The one that I use is Pascal case, which is you separate the words by a capital letter, right? So F is capitalized, and then it's one word, but the S is capitalized to indicate that that's a second word. Now, there's snake case, which is you don't capitalize first word, second word. You could still capitalize if you wanted to, but but there's not really a point. And actually, what I do is I use a combination of Pascal case and snake case for when I'm file naming things, right? Because I'll do user of file name, and then date. So that's how I would normally do a project, right? Is it would have all the information that I need it to have. Who worked on this file? What is the name of this file? And when was this file created? Now for Godot and a C++, C# kind of workflow, there are some cases where it may not like capital letters. So we've got to stay away from capital letters. So that's where snake case is going to come in handy. So we don't want a capital G in global. Is my... Oh, I duplicated that. That's not what I wanted to do. Rename. Is that how you spell it? Yeah. Okay, let me test the game. Alright, game seems to run fine. And now I want an 03 levels. O3 levels. We'll do 04 characters. And then in characters, we'll make a player. We'll make a heroes. And we'll make enemies. Hang on. Still. See, by doing the number, I can force the order I want these in. Levels should be, the top level is 100% the menu. Main menu. Oh wait, how do you spell it? Yep, there's no E. Can I rename this? Global's assets. Characters. Hmm. entities, maybe. I think that's a lot of the big stuff. Oh, this is done. Okay, so that was the last of those videos. So let me see. Alright, I think it's safe to say we are good on the SD card. I'm gonna go ahead and format it and then see if I can't run some tests on it. Alright, so we're gonna go into tools. We're gonna run a check. No errors. And then we're gonna go into Black Magic and see what kind of speeds we get. Let's see. Do a test. It's pretty low. Oh, its response time is in like the 400 milliseconds. It's 30 milliseconds for its read speeds. So, what about a bigger file? It's not the kind of speeds a class 10 card should be doing. That is taking a long time. Alright, I'm gonna go on Google because I'm curious. Where's this thing? I don't like any of that. Do I not have any tools on here for this? I do on this computer though. Let me try that. Hang on, I'm still just looking at some stuff. I get an SD card slot free. Or a USB slot free. Yeah. Bring up easiest partition master. Okay. The F drive. Surface test. Alright, something like that. Alright, so we got that looking for bad sectors now. Now, what's the power of this? I'm gonna need a all right. It says that's gonna take like an hour to test. Oh, and it found a bad sector. It's pretty early too. I'm curious. Alright, we're gonna let that run as we globals, assets, levels, characters, and entities. Oh, does that mean you found another one? Yep. Okay. We'll let it run. It's fine. Levels, main menu. Let's work on a character. Let's work on the player. Ugh. Mm. Oh, I keep clicking on the wrong thing. Dadgummit. Mm-mm. Alright. I must use the restroom. So why don't I leave y'all with a video while I go to the restroom real quick.
All right, I think I'm about ready to go.
What's the plan?
Tell everybody to get down, then try to do it as quick.
Ready? Get down! Get down on the ground! Get down! Not your grandma! Get down on the ground right now! That's what I said! Get down! You better stay there! Alright. So, maybe...
The bank is currently holding a large amount of cash.
Why don't you infiltrate the bottom floor? I'm gonna head to the top floor.
Okay, sounds good. Already know how to do this.
Now we need to get past the gate in front of the vault.
Do you?
The door through the gate is magnetically sealed. Make sure you take
One
out
thing
the
to
power
note
before
is
or
that
it won't open.
the guards and cameras and stuff will be randomized. So you'll never know where everything is. The general idea.
Yeah, I've noticed that this door up here, it can sometimes be locked electronically or not, so. Okay, I've got the power.
Already?
Next,
Yep.
disable the switch box's security. You'll find the controls in the power room on the roof.
Okay, so I've got to get a card for the power room on the roof, I think.
What color?
If you go by an office,
I think it's red.
I got the red card.
All right, meet me on the roof. All right, hack it.
So far, this has been pretty quick.
Yeah.
Gotta go for blue. Blue target.
Blue target. Which one you want to go for?
I went for the one that's directly where we gotta go. What's the other one? Ah, how are you here already?
Hang on. Being observed.
I'm closing the blinds.
Oh, you can do that?
Because it makes me feel better. And you can do it without anybody judging you, which I think is funny.
You'll need to get hold of one of the executives to get into the vault. Should be easy enough to identify.
Watch it, will ya?
Just follow the
Okay.
smell of money.
You! Fucknut! Restricted area! Let's go!
I got this guard, so don't worry. I got him distracted.
Just shut up and follow me. This way.
Okay. Wait, no, I needed that guard. Okay, never mind. If without anybody watching you, make sure you take his key.
Oh, I already got it. The blue one?
Yes.
Taken care of.
Great.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, you can put on your mask, but not the rest of us. Okay, I dig.
Yep.
Control. Yeah. No, it's nothing. Just checking to see if you're still alive.
Excellent. All right. Now all I do is that. Next camera. That. Try walking in front of a camera.
I'm in front of this camera. I walked all the way around it, so we should be good. What's up?
Oh. Hell if I know which camera. I was gonna turn.
You got it.
Excellent. So I guess all I have to do is take out the guard.
Guard over there.
My scope.
Nice. Careful now, careful. You're moving in front of windows. Excellent.
Alright, move downstairs for me.
Hold up, hold up. Gotta get the right cameras.
Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha.
Okay, be careful. I think the guard is... Can't see him, but he's close.
Shit. Walked right in front of me. Can you tag him?
I can't see.
It's a card.
There we go.
Yeah,
is that right?
He's literally right in front of me. Yeah, that's the door that I'm about to pop out of.
Okay, well, he should walk the other way, so you'll be good in just a second.
And when I come out of this door, I'm gonna go to my left?
If it's not closed, yeah.
There's a guard.
Shit, 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 shit.
Get the fuck down!
We got a problem. I got a little hostage here.
Yeah, I see the problem.
I don't know where I'm supposed to go.
Guard.
Coming back. Do you need me to come down there and undo the thing for you?
I think
There's
so.
a guard.
Okay, well, just get in the stairwell and stay hidden.
Guard over there.
I can do that.
My guard's at.
It's a guard. Guard over there.
And then I need to back out of this. I forget. This guard is like this. Huh? What happened?
He found
what the hell? You want to restart?
Time for another strategy.
Yes. Me being dumb.
Careful. Ah, got the key.
Oh, that's good.
Back.
Mask up, game on.
That's okay.
And cameras are down.
I need him to go before my guy gets off the phone.
All right, fellas, let's do this. Let go.
Got him.
Here's the guard.
And he's headed in the direction I need to go, right? Yes.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I can see him.
All right. So that's where I need to go.
Guard.
Think I can go?
Yeah, I guess.
Guard over.
No, I'm gonna wait. Wish me luck. Oh. I'm
Spotted
in.
you?
Nope.
Access granted.
Hit the floor, sunshine.
A code's been sent to the manager's computer. Get it.
Where?
I've tied him up.
Well, we both got masks on. Where is it?
Watch the guard. Guard.
You, over there!
Well,
damn.
Shit's gone to hell. Wanna
We
just
might
do it?
can still make it.
Right there!
I think we're still good.
How are we still? Yeah, I was about to say, how are we still good?
This is like half stealth, half not.
You'll need thermite to burn your way into the vault. I'm sending in the helicopter.
Oh, what? Start over. I got blue key card.
Okay, well.
It's unlocked.
No control. I never pushed any button. I think you're just seeing things that aren't real. I think maybe you should go home, see a doctor, or a shrink.
I think I can sneak past this sieve. Yeah, I did. I did.
Okay, so it's gonna be a code.
Yeah. I got this.
Access granted.
Problem?
Wait. Just wait. Wait. There he is.
No, we have another problem.
I've
returned. Done with that. Let's go back to here. What is this at? Okay. Let's figure this out. Oh, first thing we need to do, project settings, and let's see input map. No, not in there. There we go. Now, the input map. Right? Okay, how is this structured? Move right? I guess. Oh, let's add the music back. Now we need to set this up so that it works with controller as well. So we know left is A. But it will also be joypad axis. Oh, what is all this? I also like adding the arrow keys. This is right. Move up is W. It is also joypad axis, left stick, joystick 0 up. And then up on the keyboard. And that is movement set up. For now, anyway. (2D scene). Save it. It's going to be player, under characters, player, save. The player is going to have a character body 2D. What does this need? This node has no shape. We'll give it a shape in a second. Somber situation help. Oh, wait. Oh. Gotcha. We actually don't need this 2D node. Oops. Other node. We just need the character body 2D. And a a collision shape 2D. Yeah. Rectangular shape, no big deal. And then also a sprite. Yeah, interesting. So a sprite 2D, which we will give a color rec node for right now. All right, now we're going to attach a script. Alright, now we're getting down to scripting. What is this? Oh. Do we just move and slide? We do. None of this. We're gonna do Jesus. Oh, my hands are cold. Mm-mm. Alright, we have a movable character, so that's good. Let's look at some assets, maybe. Because I know everybody is saying that there's a dialogue system that everybody uses now. I want to see. Tools? You know what? Let's is it plugins? Oh, DevWorm has a couple of videos on this.
Hello, so recently I made a video on my 4 favorite add-ons for Godot, but they weren't all necessarily helpful for every developer. So today I wanted to cover 7 of the most useful add-ons that will be so helpful to both beginners and experienced Godot developers. I hope the add-ons in this video can help you to improve your Godot workflow just like they have done for so many. So subscribe and let's begin. Okay, so Scene Manager. It is an extension that was originally created to help with a team of developers workflow. They created it to mainly simplify and solve all problems related to scene changes in Godot. You can set up scene paths and easily implement a number of pre-built shader transitions that time everything perfectly for you and look great. This basically just takes normal Godot scene changes and creates a template to make everything so much faster and easier. Now on the topic of making things easier, the next add-on called Signal Visualizer keeps track of all the signals in your game, where they are coming from, where they are connected to, and displays it neatly in this graph located in a tab at the bottom of the engine. This is so incredibly helpful when debugging and when looking for errors because it just may be a sneaky signal breaking your entire game. I will for sure keep this add-on installed in my personal projects to help simplify and be able to visualize all of the signals since signal trees can get really complex. Next we have the animated shape 2D because it makes animating collisions in Godot so easy. So instead of having to keyframe your collision shape in an animation player, you can connect the animated shape to an animated sprite and set a custom collision shape and size for every frame within the connected animated sprite 2D. This also works while part of an area 2D, so it is very good for making hitboxes and hurtboxes, and it is just overall very good for workflow in Godot. I really do recommend checking this one out because it is a huge time saver. Now the next one is pretty complex and I'm looking into creating a complete tutorial on it soon, but basically Limbo AI is an add-on that is used to create complex AI behaviors. It comes with a built-in tutorial and a demo project that I'm currently using. It makes state machines so much easier and allows you to create highly sophisticated AI behavior chains with pre-built or custom behaviors. And with the use of the behavior tree, it provides a modular approach to creating entity AI in your games. I'm starting to use this add-on a lot more now and I'm just realizing the true power of Limbo AI. I really do recommend checking this one out and I will be sure to create a on this in the future because it is truly so beneficial, but at the same time pretty complex. Okay, so here's a random fun add-on that's called Ridiculous Coding. But so far, if you found any of these add-ons helpful, you should subscribe to help other aspiring game developers. Thanks, it means the
What else do you have, DevWorm? DevWorm? Help us out, DevWorm. Oh, here we go. This dialogue one has
Hello, so dialogue in Godot is pretty complex, but it is such a necessity to have smooth working dialogue like this in your games. And well, that's what we will be going over today. I've made many dialogue tutorials in the past, but I mean just look at those compared to this tutorial. The tutorial today is a complete step-by-step guide to dialogue here in Godot 4 using Dialogic, and this tutorial is packed into 3 major chapters so we can cover everything there is to know. And in the first chapter, we will cover a specific dialogue NPC who has a set dialogue script, and if we accept his challenge, then he walks off screen. But then we will go over a random dialogue NPC in which if we talk to her, it pops up a different dialogue string each time. And in the next section, we'll go over how to change the dialogue from this to this with custom styles. And you will learn everything about custom styles within that chapter. So subscribe to help YouTube push this full guide on dialogue to more aspiring game developers. Thanks, and let's begin. Okay, so firstly, we're going to go here on GitHub, and I'll leave a link to this page in the description below. But we're going to click right here on this Dialogic page, and we're going to just click on the download zip. Once you download this, you're going to export the file, and then you're going to end up dragging the add-on Dialogic file into your file.
add-ons. Add-ons. That's the buzzword I was looking for. So if I type in, is it not here? Dialogue Manager 2. Dialogue Engine. Clyde Dialogue. Dialogue Nodes. Dialogue. Diagnostics List. Oh. It's taking me out of the app. Ugh. Oh, excuse me. All right. This definitely doesn't look as good as what DevWorm's showing us. But Dialogic. Yeah, so it's not there. So that's really interesting. Okay. Let's watch some more of this video.
File system. And once you do so, you're going to get this little add-ons file, and it's going to say Dialogic in here, and this is everything that comes with the download. So you want to drag in the entire add-ons folder, and that add-ons folder is going to have a Dialogic folder, and Dialogic is going to have everything that you're going to need. And to enable it, you're going to go up here to the asset library, go to plugins, and make sure that it is enabled. So make sure the status says enabled. If it's not enabled, then you're not going to be able to use it. So make sure it's enabled. Then we can close this out, go back to our scene, and I want to go over what is in this project. So this project right here is a very blank slate. There's nothing with dialogue in here. There's two scenes that are two empty NPCs, and all they do is roam around the map in random areas with some basic, movement and animations. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because if you want to download this project so you can follow along with this tutorial step by step, then there will be a link to download it on my itch.io page for completely free down in the description below. Also on that itch.io link, it's going to take you to where you can also download the finished project. So if you want to go and look through the code, then you can do that down there as well. But now let's move into actually creating this dialogue. Okay, so to create our specific dialogue NPC, which his name is going to be Chuck. So up here we have Chuck the NPC, and that is his scene, right? All he has is a timer and an animated sprite with a very, very basic script, and this script is just a state machine and basically just movement and an animation, and that's all he has, right? So you can read through this if you want to. Here's the code, and you can read through it to see kind of how it works. It's some variables, then we have a state machine, and I've went over this in my survival series. So if you want to go check out the survival series, and I'm going to go into this more in depth and basically exactly how that works. But for now, we're going to move over to the dialogue tab. Dialogic tab, and in the Dialogic tab, we're going to start off by creating a new character. We're going to go over timelines, we're going to go over styles at the very end of this video. Glossary is kind of like a little dictionary, so you can kind of define words. So maybe a word's going to be here, then it's highlighted, then you can kind of hover over it, and it gives a little brief description of that word, right? But for a character, we're going to create a new character, and we're going to save this character into our characters folder, and we're going to name this character as our Chuck, because this is our Chuck character, right? So Chuck's going to have different things. He's going to have portraits, which is what we're about to create. There's different moods here. So basically these are moods that you can have, and you can switch these up within the timeline. So maybe you have a line of a dialogue box that is a happy mood, then you have a dialogue box that's a sad mood, and you want him to look different based on the mood that he's in. That's how you do that. And then over here we have styles, which we're going to go over later, and typing sounds, which we're also going to go over later in the styling section, in the custom styling section at the end of this video. But for now, maybe we can add a description, a caveman, because that's who he is. He's a caveman. And we're going to keep it basic. Add a portrait, come to portrait settings, click on this little window, and we can add in whatever art that we want to. So we go to our art folder, and we can add in our Chuck profile picture, just like this. And that's what we have. Then we have scale and offset, which we're about to go over in just a minute, because we're going to have to tweak these to make sure it looks right on our screen. But we have a character's profile thing. So now we can come into our timeline. We can create a new timeline. We're going to name this timeline. The reason we need the character is because the character is going to work within the timeline. So we can say, maybe we want to call this our Chuck Giving. Then let's save this into our timelines. We can save this. And then we have a Chuck Giving new timeline. And this is basically going to be our dialogue, right? So if we click on text and we add text, we can say something basic like, you know, hello, right? Something like this. We can save it. We can come up here to the top right, click on place timeline. And hello, right? I don't know if you could hear the typing sound, but there is a typing sound. It may just be a little quiet over the recording, but we have a hello, right? So if we click next, nothing's going to happen, and it's going to close because that's all we have. What if we want to do something like this character, right? So we want a character to join. Let's put this at the top. So at the very beginning, we want Chuck, our character, to join, and we want him to join in at position 1. Or we can do position 2. Position 2 is in the middle of the screen. So we want Chuck to join in at position 2. What's going to happen now? If we play timeline, you can kind of see how he spawns, and then we can talk. But Chuck is very, very big. What if we wanted Chuck to be super small down here, like a little profile? Well, we can go into our characters, we can go into Chuck, and we can change up the scale. So maybe we want to change the scale to 20, just like this. And then we can go to our timeline, we can go to position 1, then hopefully he's going to be closer to the area that we need him, right? See, he's over here now, he's just very low down. So to change that, let's go back to our character. So the scale makes him 20% the size he was, so now he's very much smaller. We go to the Y, we can say negative, maybe like 130, like this. And then we can play timeline, see what happens. And you can kind of see how it pops him up exactly where he needs to be, and that looks fine. That's what we're going to go with for this game, right? We're not going to make it too perfect. But we have hello. So what do we want to happen after this? Well, if we go to our timeline, I'm going to show you a little tip that's going to make this easier. If we go to our text editor, instead of adding every single block for every single line of text, we can just pop over here and we can type it out. So we can say, I'm Chuck. That's what we want him to say next. And then for the next line, we can say, and I found this in the cave, right? ... But we're going to keep on going, and we're going to say, maybe he's going to say, not sure what it does, right? And then we can say, I'm leaving town today, and if you could research it, then that would be great. Now we still have no idea what he's talking about, but to show our player what we're talking about, we're going to pop it up on the screen, right? And then we're going to have another text that's going to say, could you? Now I'm going to switch over to the visual editor to make everything easier, but you can kind of see how it adds in a block for each text, so we don't have to go and type them all in separate. So that made it a lot easier. But so Chuck spawns in. So now if we play the timeline, what's going to happen? Chuck's going to pop up, and we're going to be able to go through all of our code. But now let's plan, what do we want to happen, right? So he's going to say, hello, I'm Chuck. Okay, that's fine. Then on the next one, it's going to say, I found this in the cave. What did Chuck find in the cave? We could either type it out in the chat, or we can pop something up on the screen. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to pop up a little potion. And to do this, we're going to have to add in a new character. So we're going to join a new character into the scene.
I don't think we're worried about dialogue right now. Let's watch a video on debuffs and see what we can do. I think I primarily want to use globals while working on this. So I'm just going to do Status effects in your RPG game. Yeah, that sounds good. That was a year ago, 2 years ago. Ooh. Six years ago. Well, let's just see.
Okay, welcome everybody to this video. We are going to be talking about the systems design of debuffs and buffs. HP, mana, power, all those things.
We love home internet from T-Mobile. Now mesh.
Oh, this is not tutorial. This is just... Okay.
When it comes to game mechanics and gameplay features, I know my way around, and I know how to make stuff. But when it comes to game design, I feel like
I have no idea what I'm doing, but I know I'm doing it really, really well.
In this series, I'll try to fix that by analyzing other games. I'm gonna dig for knowledge of game design, and I'll share what I found with you. For those who hear my voice for the first time, nice to meet you. My name is Alex, I'm making games and I'm posting videos about it.
This was 6 years ago. Let's see if it's still relevant.
Hi everyone, it's Guilherme, and in this video we are going to take a look at how you can add and manage characters' stats in Godot and the approach that we are using in the open source RPG demo that you can find in GitHub. Keep in mind that if you'd like to follow along, you are going to need Godot Alpha version 2 because that is the version that we are using to develop this demo at the time of recording. To store the player stats, it was decided to use Godot's resource system, as this approach allows to separate the data that we have in individual player or class or monster from its functionality. Along with that, it's also easier to share, modify, and extend these resources without much hassle. And if that wasn't already enough, it's also easier for game designers to create new resources and use them without having to fiddle with code. So without further ado, let's begin the RPG demo. The first thing you would want to do is create a new script which stands from resource. In this case, if you go to the battlers folder instead of the combat folder and look for the jobs, you are going to find a starting stat script which extends resource. This is going to be important in just a while and you'll see why. We then give it a class name, and if you're not familiar with this, it's a functionality from the type GDScript that's coming in Godot 3.1 that gives us the option to use GDScript as a typed language and not as a dynamic one. And after that, all of what we have is data that is going to be used by a different script that is going to add functionality to it. In this case, we have a name for the job, which can be a fighter, a wizard, a rogue, whatever you want to call it, depending on what type of resource you are creating. And all of them are going to have a max health, max mana, strength, defense, and speed. You can then later add more stats or remove them as you'd like. And for different games, of course, you can add different types of stats here. This is a script that we are going to use as a base for all of our resources. And now all of what's left is for us to create a new resource and use this script. As I said before, extending resource is important because now when we go to create a new resource, this starting stats resource is going to be available to us from the menu. So I'm going to go to the jobs folder and right click it and create a new resource, and I'll search for starting stats. As you can see here, we have the resource that we just created from our script.
I feel pretty confident that we could just go off of a global system. Have the global load in. No, we can do that. I don't even think that's not that big a deal, because what we would do is let's just have a global for everything. Global for every kind of stat. And then each monster, player, whatever, will just take that number and modify it. That way, that's how we can have a slime be slower than the player, or have a wolf be faster than the player, or something like that. So I think that's what we're gonna do. Let's go back to DevWorm. Yeah. This enemy movement, I don't want to see that.
Hello, today we'll be creating the movement of this bat enemy that you see on screen now. We will go over step by step how to create this type of enemy movement, as well as going over how to create random movement like this. And in the next video, we'll cover how to create this enemy's combat and take it from this to this. This is part 3 of the tutorial series, where we'll be covering this exact hack and slash game step by step in Godot 4. If you have any questions regarding errors, understanding, or anything at all, then please let me know in the comments and I'll be sure to get back to you.
Doesn't really work for our top down kind of thing. Let's just do basic Godot enemies.
Add a character body to D, then add a sprite. Add a collision shape to D, drag and drop the sprite. Select rectangular shape, resize it. Duplicate the character. Rename it player and enemy. Change the enemy color. Now add a script to the enemy. In this script, drag and drop the player node, set it as the target. In physics process, we calculate the direction to the player, normalize it, and multiply by speed for movement. Look, it makes the character face the player, and move and slide handles smooth movement. And that's it. Now you have a character that dynamically follows and faces the player. If this helped you, hit subscribe, join the chase just like my enemy character.
Interesting. That was bad though, for sure. Alright, DevWorm, what you got?
Hello and welcome to episode 4 of the How to Make an RPG Game in Godot 4, and today we're going to be creating a little slime enemy, so if you need help making an enemy in your game, this is going to be perfect. But before we get started, I just want to ask if you could go down below, hit that subscribe button, drop a like on this video to help YouTube push this series to more inspiring game developers so more people can learn to make their own Godot games as well. But let's get started with episode 4 and create this little slime. Okay, so to create an enemy for our RPG game, we're going to want to go and create a brand new scene. And in this scene, well, we're going to make it a character body 2D, just like the player is.
Okay.
And we can just name this enemy. So that is our enemy. And in our enemy, we're going to need a couple of different things. We'll just start off with like the animated sprite. And we can make our sprites for this. So we can just click on new frames, come up down here, and then we can insert our sprite frame, which is, if you want to download this art, there will be a link to it in the description below. But we go to characters, slime, and then we have like 7 vertical and like 5 vertical, 7 horizontal, and that looks good, right?
Sure.
So we'll make all these different animations. So like this is going to be our idle animation for our slime. Let's create a brand new animation. Go in here, slime.png. It's going to be 7 horizontal and 5 vertical. This right here is going to be our walk animation. And we'll also have a death animation, which will be used in a later episode. It won't be used in this episode, but it will be used in a later episode in this series. So we can go here, and this is our death animation. So death animation, boom. So if we play, you can see, or if we play the animations, you can see this is our idle animation, this is our walking animation, and this is our death animation, right? So boom, that looks good, but our player does not work, right? So to make our player work, we're gonna need to add a couple different things, right? So first of all, we need, on an enemy, we need a detection area, because if we don't have a detection area, how are we gonna know if we need our enemy to be chasing the player or if we need it to be idle, right? Because if the player is in the enemy's detection area, then we want the enemy to chase the player. So to make a detection area, we'll make an area 2D, and we will just keep it basic and call it the detection area, right? And in an area 2D, you need to have a collision shape. So we actually have a zone that the player can enter and exit, and we'll just make this like that big. Okay. That works. We can always change this in the future, so we'll just make it this big to start. And now we need to make some layer changes, right? Because we don't want the slime or our enemy, we don't want it to be picking up a tree and then saying, oh, the tree is the player, so let's chase the tree. Okay. That would not, that would not be good. So for layers, we can go down here to our, I don't know exactly where it's at, I don't remember. I think so. Okay, so in layers, I think it is here in the yeah, so it's in the area 2D, right? So we go to our area 2D, and we can just set the basically this detection area to layer 2, right? And then we can also set its mask, or we can set this. Okay, so let's think about this real quick. So we can set our enemy. We need our enemy to be on layer 2, and then we also need it to be on mask 2, right? So this means it picks up things that are on layer 2. So we can pick up our enemy, but we also need it to pick up our player, right? So we need to go to our player, and then we need to have our player's collision shape here. Or I guess it would be the player itself. We would have our player's collision shape. I don't know exactly where it's at, but I guess it's in collisions. Yeah, so we'll have our player's collision shape set to layer 2 as well, because now if it's on layer 2, the player can interact with the environment, but it can also interact with the enemy because it's on layer 2. But like this tile map here, its layers, they are not on layer 2, right? They are not on layer 2, so our enemy will not be able to interact with the environment. It will be able to collide with the environment because that will be on a different collision shape, which we can add right now. So right, the player or the enemy's actual collision shape is going to be this collision shape. So this is the player's actual collision shape. And let's also take our animated sprite. Let's move up our animated sprite here a little bit, so we can go to offset, and we can do Y, and we can offset it to like -8 or maybe like -6, just so the bottom of our enemy is down here on the bottom of, or is like the player, the kinematic body 2D, the center of the kinematic body 2D is towards the bottom of the player. So our Y sorting works from the last episode. So if you haven't checked out Y sorting, you don't know how to add Y sorting, go check out that video because it is very important for Y sorting. So your player can go in front and behind trees and stuff and not look weird, right? So that's that. But now if we kind of like, we'll save the scene, but now we need like actual coding, right? We need coding so everything works. So to do that, we're gonna have to go into our detection area, or we're gonna first have to create a script on our enemy, right? So we'll just name this enemy 2D, and then all of this we can delete. And then we can go to our detection area and we can do our node and we can do body entered, and we can signal that to our enemy. And then we can also do body exited and we can also signal that to our enemy. So let's start off up here when our player enters the area, right? So when our player enters the zone, we need our enemy to chase it. So we'll start by having a variable up here, right? We need a var. Let's just make all the variables real quick. So we have speed, which we can just equal to like 25, and we can always change this later. I don't know why it's updating like that, but 25. And then we can have var player. We can call it like a player chase, so we can see if we're in chase with the player. And we can also have a var player equals, for now it will equal null. But we'll set our player right here as our body enters the detection area, we'll just do player equals body, right? Because player equals body. So whatever enters the detection area is going to be under the variable body. So our player now equals whatever body just entered the zone, right? And then since our player just entered the zone, we'll say player chase equals true, right? Because now we need to be in chase of the player. But when the body exits the zone, then we want our player to equal to null, because we don't want to be chasing any player, and we want our player our player chase to equal to false, because now we no longer want to chase the player because the player is now out of the zone, right? So now we know what our player is when it enters, and we know when to chase our player. So let's make a process, or I guess we can make a physics. Yeah, we'll just make a physics process function. So with our physics process function, we'll basically have an if statement, if player chase. So basically, if player chase is equal to true, then we want our position of this is the position of our enemy, right? So we want our position to equal our player dot position, because we want to move towards the player, right? So player dot position minus our position, and then we also want to divide this by our speed, right? So whatever our speed is, we'll divide it by that. And we can play around with the speed here in just a minute. We also want to have, so that's it, right? Technically that's it. We need to add our animations here, but we can do that in a minute. So technically this should all proof check. Technically it should all work, right? So if we go to our world and we instance our enemy and we play our world, as you can see, chase. It does chase our player. Let's actually separate them because they spawned like on top of each other. So we'll put our enemy here and we'll put our player here. And then let's also go to debug and visible collision shapes, turn those on as well. As you can see, this is the collision shape for our enemy. So as soon as we enter that, it should start chasing us. As you can see, it does. But the enemy is a little too fast, right? The enemy is very, very quick. So let's make a little change real quick. So let's see, we have divided by, right? So the bigger we make this, the slower it gets. So if we go to 50, so the higher the speed, the slower the enemy is. If that makes sense. It's kind of opposite because we're dividing.
The things you're into are always changing, but what you pay for internet shouldn't. Switch to Verizon Home Internet today and get a 5-year price.
Because we divide the positions, right? So if we go to our world, you can see now our enemy is much slower than it was before. And now maybe it's a little too slow, right? So we can just go to enemy and we can make this like we'll make it like a 40, right? But now we need some animations, right? So we just made a couple animations. and let's just play these animations. So if we're chasing, basically, so if we're chasing, then we want our animated sprite. We want our, so yeah, if we're chasing the player, we want our animated sprite 2D to play the animation walk, right? So now if we play the world, we'll see that it plays the animation walk when being chased, and it's always going to play the animation walk even when it should be. It's still a little quick, right? So I guess we'll slow it down a little bit, but you can see it still plays the animation. So at least we know the animation works. At least we know we can play the animation. But to fix that, we'll just else. So if player is not in chase, then we want our animated sprite.2D to play our idle animation, right? And we'll make this a little bit slower, so we do like 35. And if we play now, you can see that it plays our jumping animation, but when we still can't exit. Okay, we still cannot exit. So I guess we'll go back to like we'll go to 40. We'll leave it at 40. 40 was fine. But as you can see, once we exit, we are playing in idle animation, and when we're in chase, we're playing a walk animation. But you can see the player's facing this way when it's chasing us, and it's still facing that way, but it's coming this way, which is not good. So to fix that, let's go to our enemy, and let's add a little if statement here so we can check if the position.x is like greater than 0, so we can see which way we're moving, right? So we'll do if player dot position dot x minus position dot x of our enemy. If that is less than 0, yeah, so if that is less than 0, then we need our animated sprite dot flip h to equal to true, because this means we would be going left, right? And then basically if we're not going left, then we need our animated sprite dot flip h to be equal to false, because that means we're going right. So now if we play, not the player scene, if we play the world scene, you can see we're now chasing this way. When we exit, we are now in idle. As soon as we cross this way, you can see the enemy flips back and forth. And basic enemy. So do we have like Y sorting? Does Y sorting work on the enemy? You can see Y sorting does work on the enemy. So everything is good to go for our enemy. Everything is working just fine, and everything is working. Remember, I think so. Okay, so our player does not work, right? So to make our player work, we're gonna need to add a couple different things, right? So first of all, we need on an enemy, we need a detection area, because if we don't have a detection area, how are we gonna know if we need our enemy to be chasing?
Okay, so let's just go and let's just make a slime, because we're gonna have a slime anyway. So that's an easy enemy that I can work on. So under characters, under enemies. We'll do a character body 2D. Green slime. We'll say We'll put it in a folder called slime. Okay. Green slime. We have a character body 2D. And we'll give it a color rec node. Make that color green. And then also a collision shape 2D, which will just make a circle. I'll do a sprite. And an area. Area 2D, which will be... Where is all that at? What do you need? No shape. Yeah, where's the shape? Okay, back to the tutorial for a second. Oh. Gotcha. Okay, so this is the detection area, and we just give it a collision. Collision shape 2D, make it a... What is this attached to? Gotcha. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna start off with signals. We're gonna do a body entered. Body entered, body exit. And did that get... It did. Great. If player position. Oh. Oh, this is plus equals, I'm sorry. Oh, I've misspelled it up here. No, I've misspelled it right here. No errors. That's pretty good. Oh. Oh, it pushes me. That's interesting. I'll show you this though. I know you can't see it. But if I go to scene. Yeah, so here we are. I can move around, and then when I get in there, follows. But if I stop, it's able to push me, which is interesting. Noted. But on another note, the surface test finished with 25,000 bad sectors found. That SD card's probably done. We'll see what happens. Ugh. I think it might be time for... How long have I been streaming? I'm not done yet, but just out of curiosity. Only 4 hours? I thought it would be longer for some reason. Oh, that's already done. Alright, I am gonna go to the restroom, take a little bathroom break, refill my tea, maybe get a snack, and I will leave y'all with some more of my YouTube stuff. It's another older video to watch. Ah, no, not that. Get to, like, you know,
I'll be right back.
Find your own food and survive and build a shelter and everything else like that, and collaborate on doing stuff. There's a game that Blade has been trying to get me to play for years. It's 7 Days to Die. I've had this game in my Steam library for about 3 years, going on 4 years maybe. I've never played it. We finally sat down and played it, and it's still an alpha. This game's not even in beta?
Is it not? Oh,
it
no.
Says alpha 20.6 stable 4 months ago. Oh, I thought it said pregnant something. It says Pregen 8K is the world name.
No, just do normal.
Okay.
We're not trying to go into this blind and then beat the game immediately. Yeah. I mean, we're just here to figure it out.
So insane? You want to do insane or?
No, I did not agree to that. Okay.
Yeah, it's up.
What's the name?
Our world. Okay, maybe you can do all this reading. I don't want to do all this reading. You teach me to play.
Cool. If I'm gonna teach you, you better pay attention.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
What?
Food and water levels are shown as green and blue bars under your tool belt. Open your character screen with B to see detailed player stats in the tabs below your character name.
What are you around?
Trees, garbage, a bit of blood.
I don't know. Is there a map? There is a
Mound
map.
of garbage.
Okay, I'm at 1669 east by 972 north.
How the... Oh. 1811 east, 2461 south. How do I...
What?
Is there really no marker for you? Wow. Are we alone? That's not right. Hold on, do you see a settlement?
Like what kind of settlement?
Like a settlement. Just a big settlement.
No, I just see buildings.
Yeah, that works.
Oh, it says you're on here.
Why do you see that?
I just invited you to my party.
Yeah, it's great. I don't know how to see that. West players. Oh yeah, I see you.
Okay.
Oh.
You're 3 kilometers that way. I'm headed your way. I'm headed the direction you're in, man.
All right, fuck it. I'll just be here then. Just be careful. There's some zombies here.
All right, well, get us some shit together, you know. Cause I ain't gonna have time to do anything. I gotta find your ass.
All right, I'll get a building open. I'll do that much.
That seems like bare minimum shit, bruh.
Probably about to die here. Oh, nope. Killed that zombie.
Uh-oh.
I need a weapon.
Yeah, no shit, bruh.
I need a weapon. Isn't it when nighttime just things hit the fan?
Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, there's a fucking cavern here. Fucking ravine. If I went off into that, I would die hardcore.
Yeah, be careful going into those places.
I'm just trying to get to you, bro. I don't know how I'm gonna get over this ravine. Like, damn.
Have you been traveling towards me this entire time?
Yeah, I have.
It's a long way.
Yep. You were 3 kilometers away.
Oh shit!
You died.
Yep, I did. I apparently stepped on an explosive.
Whoa, dude, that's crazy.
So that's great.
You know what? Maybe I'm just gonna punch a tree down and make a bridge.
I don't know if physics work like that, but go ahead.
Bitch, Minecraft.
Do you have a bow already, or do you want me to make you one?
I don't have shit, bruh.
Oh, okay. I'll just make you one then.
The only thing I have are these wooden frames that I'm using to, and I can't make them anymore.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh.
Oh shit, I lost everything? I don't even get my starting stuff back? Oh my god, they run at night. Oh my god, they run at night.
It's about to get bad.
I'm getting inside, I guess.
Yeah. Get whatever you can and start protecting yourself. This zombie dropped loot. He got bullets, a can of tuna, coffee, military fiber, and a wrench? Dude, this zombie had it all, dude.
So this game has a long road to...
I'm back.
Progress.
I don't know what happens. You're gonna have to...
The more I
go
look
check out the video.
Don't worry about that. Alright.
Alright, let me watch the end of this, see if there's anything important. I'm not adding animations right now, so...
So the higher the speed, the slower the enemy is. If that makes sense. It's kind of opposite because we're dividing. Because we divide the positions, right? So if we go to our world, you can see now our enemy is much slower than it was before. And, you know, now maybe it's a little too slow, right? So we can just go to enemy, and we can make this like a... We'll make it like a 40, right? But now we need some animations, right? So we just made a couple animations, and let's just play these animations. So if we're chasing, basically, so if we're chasing, then we want our animated sprite. We want our, so yeah, if we're chasing the player, we want our animated sprite 2D to play the animation walk, right? So now if we play the world, we'll see that it plays the animation walk when being chased, and it's always going to play the animation walk even when it should be. It's still a little quick, right? So I guess we'll slow it down a little bit, but you can see it still plays the animation. So at least we know the animation works. At least we know we can play the animation. But to fix that, we'll just else. So if player is not in chase, then we want our animated sprite.2D to play our idle animation, right? And we'll make this a little bit slower, so we do like 35. And if we play now, you can see that it plays our jumping animation. But when we still can't exit. Okay, we still cannot exit. So I guess we'll go back to like we'll go to 40. We'll leave it at 40. 40 was fine. But as you can see, once we exit, we are playing in idle animation, and when we're in chase, we're playing a walk animation. But you can see the player's facing this way when it's chasing us, and it's still facing that way, but it's coming this way, which is not good. So to fix that, let's go to our enemy, and let's add a little if statement here, so we can check if the position.x is like greater than 0, so we can see which way we're moving, right? So we'll do if player dot position dot x minus position dot x of our enemy. If that is less than 0, yeah, so if that is less than 0, then we need our animated sprite dot flip h to equal to true, because this means we would be going left, right? And then basically if we're not going left, then we need our animated sprite dot flip h to be equal to false, because that means we're going right. So now if we play, not the player scene, if we play the world scene, you can see we're now chasing this way. When we exit, we are now in idle. As soon as we cross this way, you can see the enemy flips back and forth. And basic enemy. So do we have like Y sorting? Does Y sorting work on the enemy? You can see Y sorting does work on the enemy. So everything is good to go for our enemy. Everything is working just fine, and everything is working actually very, very great, right? So that looks very good for a basic enemy. And obviously, an enemy is nothing without a combat system. So next episode, we're going to be going over how to create a pretty, I mean, it's like, if you're a beginner, if you're just starting out in Godot, you'll be able to follow along, but it's also a pretty advanced combat system in Godot. So the player will be able to attack the enemy will be able to attack the player will be able to die, the enemy will be able to die, and everything like that. So that's going to be pretty legit. So that's...
I'm just now realizing a problem with what I want to do. Let's see if we can find a tutorial on... just to watch it, to know what we're trying to do here. Okay. Interested?
With Ashley's next-gen Nuvella Performance fabric, you can relax. These pieces are...
Let's imagine you're making a game with a character who can fire at enemies. We want to give this character upgrades that alter their shot. Something like damage multipliers are a really straightforward way to do this, but I'd like to explore an alternative, modular approach. Enter the strategy pattern. But before we apply this to a game, let's start with a simple example. You have a list of numbers, and this list of numbers can have any type of number. Negative numbers, 0, decimals. So let's say we want to filter what numbers are in this list, and let's say that we don't want even numbers. A simple way is to loop over this list, check if the number is even, and if it is, remove it. Let's say we come back to this and we want to filter out negative numbers. That's really easy, just change the condition. Or later we come back and decide we want to remove all non-whole numbers. Again, that's pretty easy. This is super simple, and anything more would almost certainly be over-engineering. But let's explore something a little bit more modular anyways. So we'll start with a class, and I'll call this one numFilter. Now, because we're going to be working in GDScript and it doesn't support interfaces, we're going to stick with classes. But if you're using a language like C#, I would highly recommend using interfaces instead. But for now, we'll just use classes. Inside of this class, we'll have a method called isFiltered. This takes in the number and returns true or false based on whether or not it gets filtered out. By default, we'll return false. We can imagine this like a base filter, where we don't want to filter any numbers out. Then, for our first filter, we'll extend that class and call it evenNumFilter. For this filter, we'll just take in the number and return true if the number's even. Similarly, we can do the same for negative and decimal. And then if we head back to where we were doing the loop before, outside of the loop, we can create this filter. And instead of just using the condition in the loop, we can instead pass the number in through our filter method. So for example, right here, we're sorting out all even numbers using the class. Then if we want to change the filter, all we have to do is change which class we're creating. Now, where this really shines is if we place all of this code inside of a function, and that function will take in the filter as an argument. Because we extended all our filters from the same class, we can use this generically. Then, elsewhere in our code, where this function is called, we can pass in our own filter from outside. So what's the point? Well, let's say I come back to this later, and I want to filter out all numbers that are multiples of 5. The cool thing is, this loop section is feature complete. So all we have to do outside is create a new numFilter and pass that into the function. Now, for this example, is this overkill? Yes. So why would we use it? Well, in this case, it really doesn't make much sense to generalize all of this code. In fact, we've taken our 5-line function and expanded it to about 20 lines. But let's imagine a case where we're filtering units in something like an RTS game. Or, like our example from before, we're applying upgrades. Now, even though our example used a filter, strategies aren't limited to that. For example, instead of a filtered function, we could have a function that takes in a unit, gives them upgrades, and then you can string these strategies together like an assembly line. And that's exactly what we're going to do. So let's move over to Godot and we can explore how that works in action. But before we swap over, I want to mention that the project I'm using in this video is open source and on GitHub. Alongside that, there is a C# only version with minor differences like using interfaces instead of classes. All of the code is heavily commented, so if you want to learn GDScript and you know C# or vice versa, all you have to do is search the two code bases for the same comment, and you can see how GDScript and C# approach the same problem. And for this project, all of the assets were sourced under the Creative Commons license, and the project is set up in such a way that you can use it as a template or for prototyping, so long as you give credit. There's more information on the GitHub page, so I would recommend giving that a read and seeing if it's something that you're interested in. Alright, let's hop into Godot now. And inside of Godot, we're working with this project. We can see that we can spawn enemies, and it does 5 damage to shoot them, but after I pick up the upgrade, it goes up to 10, and by default it doesn't pierce, but once I pick up the piercing upgrade, it does. And of course the speed upgrade changes the speed of the bullet. So the way we're doing this hinges mainly on the base bullet strategy class. We have this class base bullet strategy that extends resource. These two fields are purely visual, but here we have this apply upgrade function. This is the strategy function we talked about earlier, where it takes in the spawned bullet and applies any upgrades we need. By default, it does nothing, but for example, in the damage bullet strategy, we take in the bullet and add 5 to its damage. Since this is a resource, we can also export variables and change them later. We'll come back to this. Now, as for how the player actually uses these, we can see that we store a list of the base bullet strategy on the player. And when the weapon gets fired, after we've already created and added the bullet to the tree, we loop over all of the upgrades and call the apply upgrade function, passing in the spawned bullet. As for adding the upgrades, we have this area 2D that when it collides with the player, adds its currently stored upgrade to the player. And we can change this upgrade up here in the inspector by selecting this and adding a new bullet strategy. And while we could do it through the inspector, we would have to reset up things like textures every time. So instead, we can actually save it directly to the project by creating a new resource. For example, I can create a new resource and specify that I want a speed bullet strategy. I'll go ahead and give this a name, and opening it up, we can change the texture in the upgrade text like we saw earlier, and even change the speed increase variable like I mentioned earlier. As for using this upgrade, we can drag in an instance, select it, and drag over the resource.
That's cool. Not what I want to make, I don't think.
Well, this didn't come in the CFO handbook. We're growing fast, and I'm trying to keep a pulse on the business. But our data is...
Oh, I love using JSON. Okay. This honestly seems cool. This has a minute left. I think I want to go to... wait, I don't need to minimize that. I could bring that back. Because we're going to go to... we need to redo some of this stuff, I think. So we need to add or... Oh yeah, because in the last game we didn't need to write a story. So, which begs the question. Art audio coding. I think I need to add an additional thing here. Does this have rules? Oh, okay, good deal. It just adds it in there. Sick. Mm. Something other than yellow. All right, what could it be? Order of color options? Oh, we don't know. Looks like it's like oh, that looks better. Yeah. Story. And then we'll have one for dialogue. Taking an update? Yes, no, maybe? Yep, okay. Sick. Oh, this is done. Where is this at? Interesting. I think the time has come to work on this orange pie. Which would be great. So, let's So what we'll do is we'll run a whole bunch of tests with this SD card on the Pi and see what we come back with. Alright, so let's see what options they have. What do I have? I have the... It does not say, I don't think. Wow. They'll just all almost come in the same box. That's interesting. What is this? Pretty sure it is the... Oh my gosh, there's a 03 now? Oh wait. Uh, 02W. Zero would have been cool because it's got full, but I couldn't find that. Official images. We're gonna go with Debian. I guess 6.1, the latest one, is what we want. Oh, let's go back. Nope. And then do you guys have a recommendation? Oh. I need to stay on that page. I knew that. I knew that. Did my phone die and I didn't even realize it? Did not even realize that. Whoa. Why does it download so many? That's super interesting. Two and a half minutes left on that. Okay. Good to know. Well, hang on.
I got this wow skin from Olay
Girl,
Body Wash. It's new super
hear
serum.
you.
Sinks into my skin with 5 power.
Hello there and welcome back to my videos. In this video I want to speak about the application called SyncThing and what you can use it for. It's about Hello there and welcome back to my videos. Only receive or you can synchronize it both, so if you do something like configuration in the one server, then it will be the same configuration on the second server. I will show you in this video about how you can install it on Debian 10 and how you can set it up so you can remote access for the web GUI. You cannot do this as a default, only if you are running like in a desktop or something like that. But I will run it in a terminal use only, and that's why I will show how you can do this. And before we continue, and I will show you how you can install this SyncThing on Debian distribution, then I really hope you want to enjoy my channel. To subscribe, you can do it by click on the thing in the right corner below, and of course I really hope you want to share and like this video if you like it, this video too, of course. And if you have any questions, please make a comment below. I'll try to answer as fast as I can, and of course if you have some questions, please make the comments below. Thank you. So let's starting and going for the terminal here, and then we will install the SyncThing. The first we want to do is going for the sudo. So we are logged in as command, and then I will say git up and app install. And we don't want to ask anything, so I will just say this one. Sometimes you need to install this on Debian, so I have only the minimized installing, so that's why I need to install this right now. When it's finished to install, then we need to get the SyncThing, the release key, so we can add the package in our repository. And then we have installed the release key, and now we need to add it for the source list. Then we are sure the application doesn't run some kind of root access. If we're just setting this the service up now, then if some bug inside the application, then a hacker will get the access for the full machine, and we don't want that. So that's why we are encapsulated to a SyncThing user, and that's what we're gonna do now. We will add the user add, and we will add it with the directory home called SyncThing, and then the user will be SyncThing. Then we will, if we're going one directory back, we can see it here. We have SyncThing, and we can see everything here. It's runnable. We have the user and base, and yeah. Now we want to enable the service, so we can say system ctl enable and SyncThing and SyncThing dot service, and then we want to start the service too. And you can see now we have the configuration, and now we have the sync folder. If you go inside the sync folder, you can see we have the st folder. St folder is what the SyncThing are using to control which files inside the folder and from where we have synced the files. So don't remove this folder anyway. So now we will going for exit here, and we'll go inside to the thing, and we will say nano. We're just going out and say nano thing configuration. We can't see this user because we're not root, so that's fine. So nano configuration thing, and then we need the configuration XML. That's file we want to open. Search for 127. That's what we're gonna do now. It's we just remove the 127 and replace it with 000, and we leave the port as default. We save the file and go out, and what we're gonna do now, it's we start the service. We allow the access from remote access to the web GUI, and so just exit here and say the sudo service and thing and restart. Then we're gonna have the remote access. So let's try out and go to the browser for that. So we're going up here and say 100 and this one, and then we need the port number. And then we are inside here, and the first time you're going for this page, it will ask about you want to sending the data, and we don't want that. And then you get the message because we have the remote access enabled without password. Then we have the security reason. So that's why we're going for the settings here. Click on the settings. If this dialog is going away, you can click on action and then settings. Going to the GUI, and what we're gonna do here is just saying element and 1 2 3 4 5 6. That's the default one, and we save it. And when you have saved it, it will require to log in again. So that's what we're gonna do now. Now you can see the dialog here, it's going away, and we have unshared this folder, so we don't have shared with anything. We don't have any remote devices, but right now your system is up and running. So that's how it's working and how simple it is to installing the string thing on.
Moana. What's up, girly?
Mommy!
It's great to see you. Don't miss the global phenomenon that can only be seen in
Not really answering my questions. So we might have to may not be able to use 100% terminal for this. That's fine. Okay, we can go back to here now and see what tools they recommend. Official tools. Oh. Okay, well, just to be safe, we'll download that from... That's weird. Must need admin privileges or something. Mm-hmm. What? Oh, my phone may be done charging now. I keep forgetting about that. Okay, weird. Let's see. Alright, what are we installing this on? Foxtrot? There it is. Alright, image file. I'm super confused now. Bullseye, that's what we want. There's the image. All right, we are writing. Right, successful. Oh, that's pretty fast speeds. Now, this may not work because of the way it's formatted, but that's an easy fix. So, let me see. Let me see about a power cable for this thing. Could use this one. That wouldn't be that bad. All right, so. Ugh. Power, which I wonder if we could just power it with, what are the ports on here? This plugged in, that's basically all of the I/O used up on this board. Oh, that's interesting. That's a snug fit. Then I take this. And that's our server for right now anyway. What do you have? USB micro? Do I have a way to easily view that? I think so. I think I have some very small monitors. Alright, so we have the Blackmagic Video Assist. Let's see if this is the proper... Oh! Yep, that's it. That's the HDMI we need. Alright. So let me... Alright, I'm gonna put a video on for you guys while I set this up, because I'm gonna put it on my router on top of it. Why not? We'll do Battletoads. It has booted up. That is really good. Uh-oh. There was a networking error? Uh-oh. Oh, we went down on Twitch for a second. That's crazy. Okay, we're back though. It is working. Stay tuned. I'm gonna see if I can SSH into it, but I'm not sure if I can because I don't know if I didn't set any settings up for it. Alright, I was finally able to SSH in. Hang on. We're in. I'm gonna add this. Why not? Oh no, not here.